Hey, like I promised, I said I would be back this morning, and then now it's time for your regular mic test. Mm, The ambient music for this area is really low, but let's continue where we left off at. Well then, my friends, let us return to Listen Lewenza and deliver the good news to the Admiral. A word to the officer in Balwark Hall should be sufficient to secure us an audience. Using the free teleport because I needed to go downstairs. If I do it upstairs, I would have actually used the Maelstrom tickets anyway, so. Oh. I haven't been downstairs in Limsa Lomensa yet, so this is my first time actually seeing Christmas decorations. Well, that's pretty cool. Seems like less people in Limsa too. I like that they call me captive. My friends, what brings you here today? Is this true? By the Navigator, a cure for tampering? As often as I've been in awe of you Scions, it would not have thought of it possible. And yet it is, Admiral. We have done it here in Lipsa, and production of more familiars has already begun. You have my thanks, truly. This will do much to advance the cause of peace. Yet I fear it will take more to close the rift twixt men and beastmen. But even to speak, this thus divides us. Welcome as it is, a cure will not guarantee reconciliation between our people. For though summoning in the tempered may serve to fuel the conflict, they are but symptoms of it. We are to resolve the prime problem once and for all. We must address the cause. We must strive for mutual understanding and find a way to bloody past, leave our bloody past behind. Tozahu moves that the alliance renew is push for peace. Since our ancestors came to these shores some 7 centuries past, we Limsons have been at odds with those who share our island home. Save for a brief moment of cooperation with the kobolds, our history has been one of nigh constant territorial squabbling. Meanwhile, our struggle with the Sahagins for control over the sea has only grown fiercer, a matter made worse by the thrice calamity driving them to seek new spawning grounds. With several at stake, each had no choice but to fight, and so I dismissed peace as impossible. Impossible is a word coined by the weak. I proclaimed it to all who listened and then gave up. You and yours put me to shame. Since you led us to victory against the Black Wolf, you have achieved the impossible again and again and again. And I thought it's high time that I follow suit, hence my proposal to the Alliance Council. But no sooner did I reach out to our neighbors in Vilbrun than my own people sought to thwart me. You speak of the pirates who failed to attend the meeting. Aye. Acting through a friendly faction among the Kobold, we had intended to seek an audience with the permanent patriarch. But the bloody executioners would not hear of it, and their absence sent a message to the rest. Though they are but one of the three pirate powers, they are the greatest, and any attempt at peace would founder without them. I'm given to understand that their leader, Captain Halford, has been bedridden for some while with an ailment of the lungs. Correct. In his absence, his right hand leads a man named Sicard, but recently risen to prominence among their ranks. Save for his disdain for authority, little is known about him. He has invited him to speak with us more than once, but he will not come. I have tasked the Yellowjackets and Rogues with uncovering his motives, but they have learned not of any value. Yeah, I don't want to do that job. We have a nose for the truth. Whatever this sick rat wants, I'm sure we could find out. Why? I didn't say anything. Truly, I would be much obliged. I shall look forward to hearing what you learn. Then, good luck. I didn't want to go pirate hunting today. By way of the first step, I suggest we split up and make inquiries around town. Someone must know this Sicard. If you could approach the pirates, the rest of us will seek out merchants and adventurers. I'm gonna go approach the pirates. I'm taking the elevator. Where is the elevator? There it is. Take me to the pub. Oh, even up here. Is there something in the square for it? Something in the newsfeed? Official site. Lodestone. Starlight Celebration. Yeah, it is. From Thursday, December 16th to 21 at 12 a.m. to Friday, December 31st at 6:59 a.m. Pacific Standard Times. Emma Gardens is busy running a festival. Well, it's in the amphitheater. Minions, house decorations, which I actually do want the house decorations. That's it. Minions and house decorations. Okay. Ah, you already helped me before. Even though we threatened you to tell your father. Ishgardian descent. Curious about Sicard, are you? I am, as I am, am I, my friend, as am I. Sadly, I know nothing of the man, save that the Bloody Execution experienced a marked improvement in their fortunes after his promotion. Quite how he achieved this is a matter of small debate. As you know, the Alsorcree permits us only to attack only Garlean vessels. Yet these have all but vanished from the sea since the Empire turned in upon itself. In order to adapt, we Krakens have taken to trading with the East, but the executioners are less forward-looking. I can't imagine they would willingly abandon the old ways. So how then are they lining their coffers? Whatever their secret, they are not like to share it with their rivals, but mayhap you will have more luck. Roxas Root. I think the only skill, and I know it's just random for me just to start talking without any reason to it. The only skill I don't have is Psychic, because the healing potency for it is actually pretty low. The missing member. You want to know about Sicard? I, as a willy bugger, is what is. Found some clever way to make coin, they say, and traded it for Muscade's place at old Heiferside. There was a time we raced the executioners for our pick out of the Empire's fleet, but the Gallians are gone and them days with them. Owing to which we all of us had to look for other ways to make ends meet. With the jumped up Bilgrad, Sicard landed the juiciest with it, whatever it may be. Not that we sirens are struggling in mind. We do well enough garden fishing both from the fishback and other beasties. Get the first pick or the produce for our trouble. See quality stuff at a bargaining price. This we pass to our sisters as can't sell on account of getting old or wounded or with child, and they cook it up and sell it for a pretty profit. Simple. Oh, I miss the old ways, don't get me wrong, but when I see the girls with their little ones, I think to myself, a life of peace and quiet ain't all bad. I see everyone has returned. Now, who would like to go first? So just as the Imperial prey began to disappear, Zicker turned the executioner's fortune around with a mysterious new source of income. Whatever it is, it's nothing to scoff at. According to the Tavern Keep I spoke to, the crew have been indulging themselves as never before, but no amount of drinks seems to loosen their tongues as to how they are coming by their coin. For my part, I spoke with a reporter from the Harbor Hill Herald. The publication has been investigating the secret of the executioner's good fortune and making little headway. Plainly, the executioners do not wish the nature of their business to be made public. And I think may know why. In the course of making inquiries on Hawker's Alley, an interesting fact came to light. Just as the executioners began to enjoy better fortunes, the price of crystals went into sharp decline, a sudden fall in demand, I was told. I contacted Corey Boulder, who has been watching the movements of beast tribes, and my supervisor was proven correct. Despite every worsening relations between beast tribes and the Thalassarchy, neither Titan nor Leviathan have been made in the creators of place, suggesting that the Kobolds and Sahagins lack the means with which to summon them. Do you mean to say the executioners are divesting them of their crystals? All indications point to that conclusion, yes, though we have no hard evidence as yet. We must investigate further. Agreed. So how do we proceed? Oh, I have an idea about that. In fact, I have already taken the liberty of making certain provisions. During my inquiries, a disgruntled merchant informed me that a world wholesaler of crystals has recently arrived in Limsa, offering wares at prices far undercutting the competition. After asking around, I was able to gain an introduction and will shortly pose as a potential buyer in a bid to establish the crystal's provenance. The man is due to be at Ashkan's embrace and Lower Lenosha shortly. I suggest we make our way there at once. So this big Viking right next to me. I've seen that spear around a lot lately. Almost look mace-like. Oh, I passed it by a minute. Why is it always this bridge? Why is it always Lalafels? That appears to be our merchant. Wish me luck. Wait, if he truly is in league with the bloody executions, he would surely be wary of those allied with the Admiral. The science not least of all. Compared to yours and the adventurers, mine is an unfamiliar face. Let me play the role of buyer. Graha is right, and even if you aren't recognized on sight, you look too gentle to be mixing with society's underbelly. Can tell, but very well. I leave it to you, Braha. Got business with me, Catboy? I am. You're the crystal wholesaler? But I am, but you're no merchant, so what do you want the crystals for? Buyer. Don't look at us, you idiot. You'll give yourself away. Oh, I see. You're a weaponsmith, am I right? You need crystals to make stuff like that fine spirit specimen you got there. That's right. I am indeed a weaponsmith, and I use not but the finest materials. I beg you show me your wares. Well, we don't invite just anybody into our storehouse. It takes time to establish trust, you understand? Look, I have a large and urgent commission. If the quality is satisfactory, I will not quibble over the price. Alright, it's plain that no ordinary crystal adorn your staff, so I'll make an exception. Come with me. It seems to be working. Let's follow them. Definitely tell espionage is not his forte. They went into the tunnel quietly now. Let's cut some. You won't find any finer, especially not for the price. Indeed, I would expect to pay more than double for such quality. How could they possibly be so cheap? There's nothing unlawful about them. If that's your worry, they're from Ahomoro. If you take my meaning. Stuff as pure as it gets, you won't be disappointed. So, how much do you want? Homero taking the kobolds just as we suspected. That's enough. Shut your gobs and turn around slowly. I'm Sikrat, acting captain of the Bloody Executioners. No need to introduce yourselves. We know who you are, Scions. And we also know you've been chatting with the Admiral, got eyes and ears everywhere. See, coming to with being the only true pirate crew left in Limsa. So we established you ain't here to buy crystals. The question is, what are you here for? You are bold to reveal yourself to us without knowing our objective, but what would explain your swift rise to power? You have spoken plain, and so I shall return the favor. We come here to learn why the bloody execution opposed the Admiral's will. And we have our answer. Should Limsa make peace with the Kobolds, you would lose your source of newfound wealth. That's right. Just to remind you, though, we ain't breaking any rules here. The law forbids us from attacking any vessels not flying the Imperial flag, but it don't say nothing about beastmen. Only reason we keep our operation nice and quiet because we don't want no one taking our business. Wait, just listen to the end, will you? For what it's worth, I have the highest respect for you and yours, her especially. While the Maelstrom were worried about dirtying their fancy red clobber, you lot stormed Homer and battered bleeding Titan himself, raised a mug to you when I heard the news. And now we're following your footsteps, making sure the Beastmen never summon their stinking gods again. Practically your successors, we are. When there were still Imperial ships about, we did our bid for Limsa and went after them, but with the Guardians gone, there are no one left to play our trade on except the Beastmen. So let us have that, eh? It's only fair. Continuous though some may find your views, it is true that you have broken the laws. That being so, I see no reason why you should not state your case directly to the Admiral's face, unless the acting captain of the only true pirate crew left in Limsa has some other cause to hide in the cave. Well said indeed. Alright, I meet with the Admiral. I'll even provide the avenue of the Astelia. I trust you won't turn down the invitation. He is planning an assassination. He thought of an assassination just then and there on the spot. I thought myself the hunter, but it turns out I was the prey. A timely reminder that the pirate power of Limsa are not to be trifled with. But all well that ends well. Your Hati's timely provocation had the desired effect, and Sikers has agreed to a meeting. Let's hurry back to Limsa, and pass on his invitation to the Admiral. Oh, it's that stage from earlier. Does he not see the assassination attempt that he just like ployed? Captain, your commands have already reported to the command room. Love being called Captain. Welcome back, my friends. What news? Why am I telling the news? Apodel is the most worded. So they have been stealing crystals from the Kobolds. Well, thanks for solving the mystery and securing a meeting besides. Suffice it to say, I Saker's invitation, and I would have you join me as my guest. In the future of Limsa hangs upon the outcome of this meeting, and I would have the science present to bear witness. Present to bear witness. In broad daylight, no less.
Look who's come crawling! Traitor!
You can shove your piece!
Welcome aboard, Admiral. I'll wager you don't remember me. Sicard, acting captain of the bloody executioners, at your service.
'Twas kind of you to invite us. Now, if Captain Hillfear has a message for me, I bid you speak it.
We have just the one demand. That you forget this bilge about making peace with the Beastmen. Ours is a nation of pirates. Always has been, always will be. Deny us our right to plunder, and you deny who we are.
Too bloody right! Pirates till we die!
What we want, we take!
Piracy has no place in our future.
What'd she say?
Pirates have no place.
Our nation has prospered through piracy, 'tis true. Yet it is but one part of our long and storied history. Centuries ago, our ancestors led a failed rebellion and were driven from their homes with little more than the shirts on their backs. In fear of their lives, they sailed south until they came to these shores. Finding the land occupied by kobolds, however, they were forced to turn to piracy in order to survive. And survive they did. But not so long ago, when the Empire threatened to crush everything we'd built, we set aside piracy and joined hands with our neighbors. This too was in order to survive. And survive we did. Time after time we fought the Empire, and time after time we won. And through trade with our newfound allies, we prospered more than we ever did through pillaging and plundering. The Empire teeters on the brink of collapse. Ere long, provinces like Wurlit and Bosnia and many others will regain their freedom. When they do, our matchless fleet will lead the world in a new golden age of commerce. The tides favor us, and the ocean beckons with her vast bounty. But if we cling to the old ways, this great ship we call Limsa will trade the boundless seas for a lagoon. Shall we scorn the world's wealth for a plundered pittance then? Or shall we embrace change and thrive, like our ancestors before us? The choice is yours. But if we are to prosper in the coming age, the whole of Vilbrand must become our ship, and a kobold and Sahagin our crewmates.
Rousing words. Might even be some truth in them. But pirating's all we've ever known. And we ain't about to give it up just 'cause you say so. Still, we're all the Mincins here and no one wants a war. So where does that leave us? Long before you became Admiral, I heard you was captain of the League of Lost Bastards. That true? If so, you'd know how we pirates settle our differences.
A duel. Very well. As Admiral of Limsa Lominsa, I accept your challenge.
This ain't over! Not till one of us is dead! Finish the job! Or I will!
It's the captain!
Captain Ilfir!
Ye fool! 'Twas over afore it began.
Captain!
Seems the whelps have been yapping while their master was abed. Listen well, all of ye. Since the signing of the Galadian Accord, we all of us have been part of the same crew. The crew of the good ship Limsa Lominsa. At the helm of that ship is the Admiral. And 'tis she who decides where we sail. Was I not clear on that point? Or did you forget whose deck you stand on? Nay? Then what in the seven hells are you playing at?
It's all we know, Captain. If we ain't pirates, what are we?
You're bloody idiots is what ye are. Idiots with your own lives ahead of ye. Ye can do anything ye want. Be anything ye want. We're pirates, aye. And we pirates love our loot. But that ain't our first love. Our first love is the sea. The sea! And what she brings us. Freedom! So hold fast to that. Let the brine-crusted husk that stands before you now be the last of them as knew naught save out of steel. And make of yourselves a new breed of pirate! Lad, I made ye me right hand 'cause I saw something in ye. And I still do. You've the makings of a captain. All you lack's the belief. Well now, it seems we're of one mind after all. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Admiral. We're with ye, wherever ye be headed.
You have my thanks, Hilfir.
Your choice of dueling pistol did not escape my notice. Good old Annihilator. Ender of many a proud pirate's voyage. Mistbeard's vanished into legend, and it won't be long before I take my rest in the depths. Yet be that as it may, the old ways can only truly die when we've dealt the Empire the telling blow. There'll be stormy seas ahead, no doubt. But I'm trusting ye to steer us through to the other side.
Boss probably came in and was like, nah, this duel over. Though I had anticipated a duel, I did not foresee that Hilfer would intervene. But full glad am I that he did. It would have been a shame to kill the boy. Indeed, the whelp has learned a valuable lesson, and we have made peace amongst ourselves. All that remains is to do likewise with our neighbors. One moment, please. Remember, breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Now, I need hardly tell you, but any attempt to negotiate with the tribes is a doom to fail unless their minds can first be wrestled from the grip of their gods. And also, in the meeting we seek to arrange with the Kobolds, I would have you free their leader of Titan's influence. Leave it to us. We'll open his ears to reason. You have my thanks. Ere we proceed, there is something I must show you, should know. That you should know. Some 50 years passed when the Sahagins swarmed at our holes, and ever greater number of Limsa entered into a covenant with the Kobolds. To men shall go the bounty of the sea, to kobolds shall go bounty of the land, and ostensibly equitable arrangement, conspicuously lacking in detail. Aye, an aberrant or not, the wording is ambiguous, and we took advantage of it, moving to claim the northern reaches of Lenosha, which kobolds believe theirs. Bloodshed followed, then bloodshed to answer the bloodshed, and on it went, till every elm of Vilbrand bore the stain of our conflict. This is not history, you understand. It is the present, fresh and raw, and with their kindred blood yet on our hands, we will struggle to regain the kobold's trust, even should we cure their temper. Admiral, we speak of obstacles we are like to encounter at the meeting, but as things stand, I see no reason why the kobolds would agree to a meeting in the first place. And so we must provide a reason. I will restore their stolen crystals to them, and I am personally deliver the cargo along with my apologies. Bait. They would welcome us into their midst, not to speak of peace, but to have you at their mercy. Aye, and given the wealth of crystals will bring, I wager they'll attempt a summoning of Titan there and then. Meaning a high priest would need to be present, to whom we could administer the cure. Precisely, he is the fish I would catch, but he will not be alone. Nay, he will have guards on hand, and they will lay down their lives to protect him. Yet, a single death of a kobold side would jeopardize a chance at peace, and there my venture funders. Yet, it need not. What if we were to employ the Conqueror's chain? Though we would still have to weaken the kobold, it would allow us to subdue them without inflicting lasting harm. The artifact Misspirit used to take goods and not lie. Aye, that would serve well done, Marshal. So, friends, what think you of our strategy? The effects of tempering are cumulative, and we may safely assume that the High Priest's exposure to the primal infers is extensive. It will therefore take a great deal of ether to reverse its effect, not to mention time. Time during which Alisaie would be defenseless, even should we all look to her protection. I am not convinced we could keep an entire army of kobolds at bay. Well, I'm happy to take that risk. It's not as if we have any other choice. Besides, it's what Tesleen would do, and had I not followed her example, we wouldn't even have a cure for tampering, much less a chance to bring peace to Vilbrand. So I'm going to cure the priest or die trying. Yeah, I'd rather not have you die on me. But I believe in you too. You and everyone, I know you will keep me safe. It's settled then. See to your preparations and make for Camp Overlord. We will join you there anon. Avino wasn't lying when he said I'd be defenseless, so I'm counting on you all to give me the time I need. Our sole purpose will be to keep you out of harm's way, so leave that to us and focus on your own task. Indeed, and should you want for Ether, you need only to say the word. Kaboo, did you follow us here? There's something important that I want to say to the High Priest. Express, say. Please, let me come with you, please. I'm sorry, but it's too dangerous. I need you to promise me that you'll stay here while it's safe, alright? My apologies for the wait. It took time, but we have secured our audience. All unfolded as expected. At the mention of returning their tristas and prison, the Kobolds suddenly remembered how keen they were to be reconciled. And so the glorious spirit of cooperation we are to be received by Patriarch Zudal, the second order, who awaits our pleasure in the navel. If you are ready, let's proceed to Uhomo Mines at once. The Aetheryte will bear us to Arkari. Should he make to summon Titan as I anticipate, we will halt the ceremony and restrain him. At this, all will break loose, and we will have an army of kobolds to entertain until LSA work is done. Just remember, none must die. We weaken them and let Hanser do the rest. It is time, say the chorus, my friend. I spy calmer water beyond this world.
Greetings, Patriarch. I am Merlwib Blufistvin, Admiral of Limsa Lominsa. I come before you to offer my sincerest apologies for the many wrongs committed by my people against you and yours.
You were foolish to come here. Stupid, unwise, foolish. The Great Father shall have your souls for your folly.
Aye, just as we thought.
Now, Alisaie! Quickly!
You don't need to tell me!
Let none pass. We must grant her as much time as we can.
using double pistols.
We must protect Alizé!
Oh God! Why is he not the one I fought in Grand Squadron?
You're in my sights.
Go, Angela.
Just what we need. You're not alone.
Weird that I'm using Titan to defeat Titan. Already? Okay.
Here you are, Alizé.
More! I need more ether!
He was not able to get that blast.
Just a little more!
Oh, crap. And they're all tanky. Oh. I didn't have expected to do that. How do I do that? Oh, okay. no ether to fight with. Take more damage. How do I not have the highest reservoir of ether?
Yes, this will do. Here I go. Go, Angela!
Did it work? What?
What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, but they died by your hand. You sacrificed them to summon Titan.
Why would I do such a thing?
Would that there were a cure for the victims of the Tempered.
Gabu! What are you doing here?
Patriarch, please listen to me. Hear, heed, listen. The Great Father we have been summoning is false. He only hurts us and those we love. For a long time, his voice filled my mind. It told me to do terrible things. Awful, unspeakable, terrible things. But I didn't give in to it, and you mustn't either. There's been too much pain already, so please, end the suffering.
What have I done?
We share this child's desire, Patriarch. An end to summoning, for it spells naught but misery for both our peoples. For many long years, man and kobold have feuded over territory, pillaging and perishing for the earth beneath our feet. It may be said that we fought to survive, but what we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on. I would see us set aside the past and work together for peace.
It was wrong of me to hurt my own in the name of the Great Father. Sinful, evil, wrong. But that doesn't mean there can be peace between us. Men cannot be trusted. The bounty of the land was to be ours, and yours the bounty of the sea. But you broke the pact. Violated, breached, broke. Unready as we were! What choice had we but to call upon the Divine to rid ourselves of your tyranny?
None, and I do not blame you for it. In violation of the spirit, if not the letter, of the pact, we took your lands for our own. The fault lies wholly with us. On behalf of all Laminsons, I offer you my humblest apology. I pray you'll find it in your heart to accept it. Yet I know an apology alone will not serve to make things right. So, we will revise the pact to leave no room for doubt. And any who violate it shall face justice, swift and certain.
No, we won't be fooled. Not again.
Please, hear me to the end. Fleeting though it was, there was a time when man and kobold abided together in harmony, in cooperation. In those days, your people shared the secrets of smelting. Knowledge which allowed Limsa Lominsa to thrive. Much of what we have, we owe to the kobolds. And so, for the good of all who dwell on this isle, I wish to make you an offer. We will bear your people's wares to every corner of the world, and trade them in your stead. In return, we will bring you the bounty, not only of the sea, but lands both near and far. Whatever you desire, the Navigator as my witness, you shall have it. There will be no more man and beastman, just the crew of the great ship that is Vilbrand. And together, we will share in the wealth of the world. If you'll only accept our hand in friendship.
We want to believe you. We truly do. But we believed you before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us.
There are bad men, it's true. But there are also good ones. And the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me. Caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
Before I became Admiral, I was a pirate. I stole. I fought. I stained the sea red with blood. Such is my past, and I dare not forget it, however much I might want to. That is death penalty. The pistol I used to pass judgment on my own sire when he fell thrall to Leviathan and betrayed his comrades. It's loaded. If you were to point it at my head and pull the trigger, I would most assuredly die. Though it isn't much, my life is the single most valuable thing I possess. If it will suffice to atone for past wrongs, take it. A single bullet to annul the old pact, and my blood to write it anew. What comes after, I entrust to this man, my second in command. I know that he will do his utmost for the happiness of all who call Vilbrand home.
I do not trust you. Not yet. But Gabu does. And I will trust him.
We want you to know that we respect your faith. There's nothing wrong with giving thanks to the land which sustains you. But summoning is different. Should you hear of anyone who would attempt it, we ask that you appeal to their better judgment, or failing that, seek our aid. We're always ready to help.
Many and more of my brethren are yet enthralled to the Great Father, just as I was. If you could free them too, I would be grateful. Appreciative, thankful, grateful.
Tis we who should be grateful, Patriarch. I thank you for affording us this chance.
It's a good thing Gabu didn't, you know, listen or promise. To see we have found a way forward with the Cabal. Next, we will help the Second Order to free the Tempered Brethren from thraldom. There is far from the only order, or of course, and it will take no small amount of time and effort to reach the rest, but reach them we will, however long it takes. I would say that I was in your debt, but that was long been true. So instead, I will say thank you for helping us to plot a new course, not only for Limsa Lominsa, but all of Eorzea. What about the Sahagins?
Right. Let's return to the Rising Stones.
Admiral, something strange is afoot at the floating city.
Breathe, man. What is it?
I think it's best you see for yourself. Please, come with me.
What in the world is that? A tower?
You can see it too, then? I feared I was losing my wits. One moment I was patrolling as usual, and the next it was just there.
Yes? This is she. I am. I'm looking at it. What? Understood. Send the Elder Seedseer my regards. The communications officer. It seems this isn't the only tower. They've sprung up all across Eorzea. Nothing more is known, only that they appear to be of Garlean construction. Our allies on the Ala Mhigan front are on highest alert. Forgive my directness, but would you join them? They may well need the help.
Of course, Admiral. We shall make all haste.
My thanks. I will return to Limsa to weigh our response. Look for Commander Hext when you arrive in Ala Mhigo, and may the Navigator speed you on your way.
That is a weird tower. I was thinking something was in the floating city, but no, that's a legitimate tower. The beam doesn't go that high into the sky. Some of them were in really bad condition.
Thank you for coming so soon. I'll send for Commander Aldin at once, and we can decide what to do about these infernal towers.
Roca Preserve!
It can't be.
The palace! After them!
You're here. Good.
Well, well, well! To be received by such an illustrious cast! Why, even the hero of the piece is here! I feel quite starstruck.
Is that... Asahi?
His body, more like. You don't fool us.
Oh! You saw straight through it! Anyone would think you dealt with Ascians before. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Fandango, and may I say what a pleasure it is to finally make your acquaintance. My, straight to business is it? Suit yourself. It is my intention to recreate the final days, to which end I have distributed a collection of rather ingenious devices, or towers, which will, in time, give rise to the grandest of spectacles.
The final days? But it was the Ascians who labored to prevent them.
You're quite right, though I would expect no less from one responsible for eliminating my unsundered colleagues. Honestly, the three of them were obsessed with restoring the one true world. As a sovereign individual, however, I never had much interest in such things. I mean, why bother when you're just another sundered minion? Admittedly, Elidibus was not convinced by that argument, but thanks to you, I'm finally free of his incessant nagging. Free to use my powers as I see fit, to fulfill my heart's desire. And my heart's desire is to lay this half-broken world to waste, leaving nary a fleck of dust behind!
What? Why would you want such a thing?
Because I want wretched creatures who ask such meaningless questions to die! You! And you! And you! I want you all to die! And I want to die too! Oh, yes! I want to die and take everyone with me in a paroxysm of pain and suffering! I'm different, you see, from the ancients who clung to dear life, and from you. So don't bother trying to reason with me. You will find I have no reason, or creed, or any such tripe. I just want to destroy the world. But please do resist with all your might. It will add to my enjoyment. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled, for the curtains have risen on the spectacle to end all spectacles. We, the Telophoroi, shall be your performers, and this very star our stage.
And I thought Xenos was bad. He just straight up just wants everything to die.
Ah, but I nearly forgot. I have a message for you. My esteemed patron, Lord Xenos, eagerly awaits you at the heart of the chaos. While I wish only to destroy the world, he exists solely to relive a certain, transcendent moment with you. And it is for that reason he would reduce all to ash. Pray see to it his dreams do not go unfulfilled. For if you should disappoint him, my trusty companion here, whom I've dubbed Lunar Bahamut, will burn your cities and everyone in them.
Everyone out! My men will tend to the blaze.
Bahamut. Thinking this everyone's safe. We managed to put out the fire, though not quickly enough to save the garden. Raban, can you cast this day? Raban. Can I leave it to you to send word to the Alliance? I'm going to take a unit to investigate the tower, and we need to find out what it's for. We'll go with you. No, you won't. You'll rest for that. From that, Merle tell me you do sometimes off duty. Should we learn anything about the tower, we will be assured to share it with you. Until then, I want you to rest. Very well, but if you need our help, don't hesitate and take care, both of you. Return, it's free, just has a very long cast time, or not cast time, reusability. What is it, 900 seconds? Alright, you're back too. Good, we received the reports from the Alliance. Since we are all here, perhaps those who bore witness to the event at Almeida could treat the rest of us to that first-hand account. No sooner do we overcome one problem, then another appears. It would all seem tedious, predictable, but for the endless variety of our foes, this Fandango sounds even more unhinged than his Patreon. Unhinged perhaps, but no fool. For all his pandemonium theatrics, he gave away little about his plot. We know only that he intends to recreate the final days and that the tower will somehow facilitate this. He also called his dragon Lunar Bahamut. Let's not forget that little detail. And the creature did resemble the description I've seen of the Elder Primal. That may be, but the fact that it answered to Fandaniel would suggest they are not one and the same entity. I think it's more probable that it is some manner of Simlicore born of Ashian magics. Whatever it is, for now, we can but work closely with the Alliance and remain vigilant. I believe that concludes our news. What of yours, Y'shtola? I have been to see the Sultana, knowing how quick the mortar flames are to dispose of their tempered. I judge it's best to provide them with the cure first. As soon as I had sufficiently recovered, I traveled to Ul'dah and delivered the proxies to her grave, along with detailed instructions on their use. To then write a new future with you. A long future, mine, whatever the Tafori might hope. We'll stop them, won't we, together? Would he technically be a red master? Meanwhile, somewhere in the logs, because not only does the red mask have the are the uncensored, but they were other people too, like the one that foolishly came into the Rising Stones.
The scouts should have been back by now. I'm gonna go and find them. Oh, thank goodness for that.
Glory be. Glory be to Garibald!
The piles have been driven as planned, and the first of the beasts has roared to life. Moreover, I am pleased to report that preparations are well underway for the rest. Ere long, chaos shall reign over all the land, as befits the final days.
Call it what you will, so long as my friend returns to me, fangs bared and claws sharpened. I care not.
Of course, my lord. By strange coincidence, your dear friend chanced to be present when I made my declaration. I took the liberty of informing her that you await her coming, though I confess, I may have singed her a little in the process.
And why do you tell me this? Are you in such a hurry to die?
Ah, my apologies. I must guard my tongue lest it be the end of me. Though, there is something to be said for such a glorious death. Better to fall to one who has it all than falter before an inferior. I shall keep it in mind as a contingency. For now, however, I shall proceed with the plan. My lord.
I must find myself a new weapon. One worthy of our long-awaited reunion.
You know how strong his foot must be to actually break a sword? Good news. Thingford and Urianger have finished their tour of Golemhold and are on their way back here even as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything on the towers from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. They are due to arrive any moment now, so let's see what they have to say, eh? Welcome party. We needn't have gone to the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy enough as it is. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering the cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it is any consolation, I myself was little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit mostly goes to Alizé, Grahit, and the adventurer, but I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. As you will also have heard, though, it hasn't all been tales of triumph. Just Just as we were taking a step towards finally addressing a primal threat, a pile of fresh problems landed in our lap. Anyway, good to have you back, though I can't help noticing that we're one Urianger short of a scouter party. You haven't lost him, have you? Well, I couldn't lose him if I tried, and I did try, repeatedly. But no, he decided to linger in Alma Ego to revise Rabon and the others of how the land lies in Golemo. They may have you would do the same for us. Indeed, it was just as Lee said, worse, in fact, the devastation as far as the eye could see. Nerva and the Third, however, were notable by their absence. Might they have met their end by the hands of Xenos and Ferdaniel? Perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. You see, the capital has been plunged into a deathly silence, with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but it's grown busier still. The throngs of soldiers and civilians working there day and night to rebuild, or rather transform it. Transform it into what? That is difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and unsettling to behold, like something from a nightmare. According to Urianger, certain aspects of design were closely devised with the manipulation of ether in mind. Magitech, in other words. Yeah, as unnerving as said advice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the palace like some mini insects, working with nary a word exchanged between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders. It was as if they were possessed or tempered. We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. If Ferdaniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Golemo? Whatever the truth may be, the information is certain to prove valuable. You have my thanks. Well, be sure to save some for Urianger, which reminds me, I have a message from Alma Ego. Rabon is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings of the tower. He requested our presence. Then why not leave that to us? You must be weary from your mission. No, I'm fine. These towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back, and I'm keen to get to the bottom of this. In that case, I shall stay and begin looking into another matter. As I promised Krell, we need not all attend. Very well, I suggest the rest of us make our way to Alma Ego forward. The sooner we leave, the more time we will have to speak with Urianger before the meeting. The bridges up ahead, like, really throws off the map. My friends, much more have I heard of your trivials in our absence. Heartened am I to see you all hale and whole. As are we to see you safely return from your mission, Urianger. I trust the inquiry made you feel welcome. Well, if it isn't Alphino and his merry band. Arnvold, what are you doing here? When we spoke for Linkpearl, you told me you were away on a mission. And who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you'd have grown a bit taller after a whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body hasn't hardly aged, as you are well aware. And may I remind you that we Elezen are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great Oricus, such as myself, will crane your neck to meet mine. Aye, 'twas not until my 20th summer that I myself overgrew my boyish proportions, though Moonbrita towered over me nonetheless. Arnvold brings out the best in Alphinaud, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company and almost enduring. Gosh, I would not want to see them in their 20s. So what exactly brings you here? Oh, for Dola, mostly. We need to go over a few days before we set out. Set out? Wait. Does this have something to do with the towers? What gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. We got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, alright? If Adola is going with him, that must mean... My apologies. As Orville rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let us be about it.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. 'Tis no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrix. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Telophoroid's disposal. But since then we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar, and that was the last thing they remembered. But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
What?
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We're glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
Now that it is out in the open, I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamoldva and Vamar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fordola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Aldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I a part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagltharn instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way. Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, eh? It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light, or Alphinaud for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime. No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Ah, bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru! I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian. And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
A good dragoon hunt. So sending his bound to for Ishgard, whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there is no time to lose. Oh, present good. Let us split up and search for Estinian. Since we are relatively new to this place, Karha and I will look around these open spaces, these squares and market and whatnot. You and the hero can delve into the nooks and crannies. Very well. Let's reconvene at the airship landing later, with or without Estinian. Go on. I shall begin at the Sky Steel Manufactory, so perhaps you could try the congregation. Lucia may well have heard news of our friend return. I am definitely going the wrong way. Good day to you, Warrior of Light. Lord Emmerich sent word that you would be attending the meeting on Maligo, so I gather you have not come to search for him. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? I see. No, we're not aware Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard, but as I expect you remember, he is wont to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came seeking an audience with Lord Emmerich only to find him absent. In any event, I am afraid I can't help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence. Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino. Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Ugh! Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side. To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alisaie shouting. Estinian! It's been too long. No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald. I wouldn't be so sure. He still loves nothing better than the sound of his own voice.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azys Lla.
Azys Lla? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azys Lla, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azys Lla together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again, and I'll throw you overboard. Ugh! I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt?
It's been quite some time since last we set since I set foot on in Azizla, but I understand the three of you who were here rather more recently. I don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit? Oh, that's not. We had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quarter. But I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. Well then, the hero is the person to ask. As far as I know, she's the only one of us to have met with Tiamat face to face. Ah, yes. You were a friend of her father. Have too met with Tiamat. After the Dragonsong War came to a close, I came here to speak with her, a worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wish to know if she harbored thoughts of vengeance and asked as much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her even now. I see. Your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is part of me. I feel his emotions as my own, and I know that he will not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. I swear that Nidhogg and the city share essentially a body at this point. Came my ways, this way. Strange that I get Nidhogg's mouth. Shackles are a weird one.
Edgin Elfin Wafes Klesnon in
My sire's mortal companion, what bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
That my sins should be repeated. I sense not the faintest stirring. As to who could have called him forth, I know of none save the dragons of Mericidia, our children. The Icon claimed their souls when first he manifested, and robbed of their will, they became tools for the Algian's dark design.
Much like those held here in Asisla. If dragons who worship Bahamut are required to summon him, that must mean...
Yes, the dragons of Mericidia are at the mercy of this Ascian. There can be no other explanation.
Ash and I die by now.
Accursed Ascians, vile minions of darkness.
Ten Ash an Ashkin. Ash E an Kin Anton U Ash E. Ines. Tu in Aistona.
Again, you would profane the memory of my beloved and stripe our children of their freedom, their dignity, and are there no deaths to which you will not stop?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
Snosk Anta in Dramon.
What wouldst thou have from me, Slayer of Dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Santalan infan antosk. Goes rent on.
Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice.
Ale u esk an in. Ale kum ak in.
Who call mortals that it was I who did first summon my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequences.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Snoska Dramon King. Nestra in. Iles I. Nesh an. And Adam.
Indeed, ask the Dragon Slayer, and he will tell the power we of the First Brood wield. Weird I to lose myself to the Icon's influence. I all would pay the price.
Unmik, Nalstra ul Antal an Smon Tahi.
But it is of little matter, for even had I the strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break the shackles. This prison shall be my tomb.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Speakest thou in earnest?
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
Sahaan, Setson, Kin Bahamut, and
A chance to make amends, to lay Bahamut's memory to rest.
An Sumon, Na An Inles, Snaloles Dish An, Na Ala An Ul An Sin An, Stan In.
When our own star faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary, and now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow. For the dead owe to Hydaelyn and to all who have suffered for my sins, I shall fight with you, children of man. While poultices have been shown to be effective in curing the tempered, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far, far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find that the process has failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her. Before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find the information here? Why, yes, we can. We can indeed. The Elegance kept detailed records on all of their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. We shall leave that to you. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. I know Alphino and the hero here will well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sir Simeon, that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this thought. Though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and I will understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. It took the encouragement of braver souls than than I am to make me take the first step toward a brighter future. And now I would help Tiamat do the same. I get that you're not as young as you look. And when our work here is done, we could trade tales over a pot of Tataro's famous tea. And be in debt to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand, then. I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sectors known as the flagship. Yes, we are familiar with it. The ether chemical research facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to take this, a spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. Which you happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose that could seem rather odd. To explain, Remembrance, Urianger, and I are researching the use of the spirit vessels and the transference not only of memories but the traits of certain bloodlines. So I can keep one at the ready should the opportunity to test our theory arises. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visits with the nodes, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being of royal blood. And armed with the spirit vessel, I post that they will do the same for you. Even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seems worth a try, at least. Agreed. We will take good care of it. To the flagship then. Let us split up and search the flagship for the nodes Tiamat's restraints. But should we find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally reach more manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes once. We have learned what we can, we should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. Fluctuating between metallic components detected, temperature increasing to critical levels. Please replace damaged bars or retreat to a safe distance. Data link with Delta Cauldron broken, possible cause, intruder interference. Advise deployment of automated combat units proceed. Is that a base? That is a base. Huh. How have I not noticed that until now? Warning, scheduled Dragon Restraint maintenance due in 2,020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. I'm afraid Cindy and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising, almost suspiciously so, in fact. But then you were in possession of a spirit vessel. I do say it's indeed to know of which God had spoken. And it was chirping, you say? Very well, let us take a closer look. You wish to operate the Dragon Restraint mechanism? You do not have the requisite access privilege. Operations of Dragon Restraint mechanism may only be undertaken by chief technologists and members of the royal family. Or those with a vessel full of royal blood, perhaps. New user detected. Commencing biometric authorization. Authorization complete. User identified as member of royal family. Please state your name. Welcome. You may operate the Dragon Restraints mechanism when you're ready. Error. Unable to disengage restraints of the specimen obtained by a system update is required. A system update? What do we supposed to is asking it for us? Well, that's more than I could say. Confounded bloody thing. User agitation detected. It's initiating guidance program. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central controller system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to the obsolescence of my own software. This issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So, can these things release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it has received the requisite system update, as far as I can tell. Until which time it floats there spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected. Initiating PlayStation protocol. I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying. But I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without. Getting users to terminal this way, please. No, I do know of you. Oh, I do know of you. You, I don't know. Let's see, according to the terminal, the sensors control system is presently employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask which version you are employing? Why, software version 42.002, of course. Warning, error detected in data management system. Estimated time required for update 5 years, 1 day. That is rather long than we were hoping. Aren't there any other options, for instance, using terminal to operate TMS restraints instead? The proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, that the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update. My instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it will have changed all that much. As long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies, I do say we shall be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain. Just tell me if we're made any progress. I would say so, yes, it does. However, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you of Link Pearl once I am ready to release the shackles. It might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have use of it. Rest assured I will be certain to return it to G'raha Tia once this is over. Just a little more work and Tiamat will be free. But before we go any further, there is something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Algarian Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Ashians. And it was the same in Ishgard, where they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that the Ashians touches turn to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead to find common ground. And so I must ask, what do you intend to do with Daniel? Will you try and reach out to him too? One moment, please. Sorry, something weird was happening outside. Anyway, I see little point in reasoning with the wretch, or remembering him for that matter. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but faintest glimmer. I only hope you do not come to rue your belovedness. You think us unwise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Yet the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited, and there may come A time when you extend your hand in friendship only to wish that you had dealt the killing blow. So save your mercy for those who deserve it. Well, should we be getting back to our task? If Alphinaud has things in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others. Forgot I got Kelly's. Look at how massive my health pool is. Destiny told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it is like getting blood out of a stone with him. I take it from Alphinaud's absence, he's needed elsewhere. Well, that all sounds rather frustrating, but we got there in the end. While you were off taking to the nose, G'raha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Our readings confirmed that her ethereal balance leans strongly towards the umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of ether with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if we are to reverse the effects of tempering completely. Meaning, I need all the ether I can get. Thank you in advance. Although this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely, that Tiamat shows no signs of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that sufficed by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Now that you mention it, it very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It's time to put our theories to the proof. Tell Alphinaud to disengage the restrained ethereal dampeners. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Such warmth, the frost that shudders my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these visions of days long forgotten, of war with the men of Alk? Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her to recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. She trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past. Bahamut, my beloved, would that the peace we found in Meracedia could have lasted for eternity, but alas, it was not to be. The Ashen saw that, and all creation I know of none more wicked. It was at their behest that men of Alg first came unto Meracedia, unto our home. Tale begun when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Behind the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land it would come to know as Meracedia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees, surrounded by nature bounty. Bahamut and I found a place to raise our young. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Charlene scholar Rarusha. She posits that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Natural Era. Correctly, it would appear if only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angela. When first the children of men arrived on our shore, no foot did they set in those places over which we had held dominion, which such was their fear of dragonkind, and as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing even more of their brotherhood, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem. Soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man, blood was answered with blood, and none could see the end of the strife, until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land known peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end, for the men of Alg slew my beloved, and I in my rage and sorrow heeded the envenomed words of Ashians. The rest thou knowest only too well. But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you were free, you rid the world of Ashians together, and you and your beloved will have justice. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. How I keep watch from above if the treatment fails, run. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear, when this is over. Keep going, Alizé. The matrix is working. I knew this wasn't going to be easy. No patient could have prepared me for treating a great war. But we're close. I can feel it. And while I've only got a few more drops of ether left to give, with yours and Graha, this will work. Then I believe I speak for the both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require. Careful, I might hold you to that. All right, here I go.
almost there! This is it, Angelo!
Yes, I feel it. The Echelon's group grows weak.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
My children.
Slosk an ol fol kail an. Slosk seth som in an.
Should you hearken until my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you.
Afatan. Mood. One Lis an. Do ood an.
Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know, and I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
She's in
How's my gratitude, little one?
Alphino's ready. Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
Bahamut, my beloved.
Ul-Jas. Ul-Asa. Face.
For vengeance and atonement I rise.
By the gods!
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan. He flies for the largest amount of settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Well, I'm sure you're desperate to join us to the anti-mountain battle. It would be wiser to gather the full strength of science first. The foe we face demands no less. I've already sent word to the others. We rendezvous in Ul'dah at the Halls of Flames. Let us collect Alphino and be on our way. Of the foe we face, we know but little, though time be of the essence. We must not stint in our preparations. Let's haste fly to the aid of the Amalja cost us our best chance of victory. Ow, I'm supposed to take the thing first. Now I know some of you could do with a rest, but I'm sorry to say the Tafoni have other plans. Pagathon is already under siege. Happy the Immortal Flames are arrived just a time to join to the defensive effort with Marshal Tepin at their head. Well now, given the failure of peace negotiation, I'm certain how the Sultanate would respond. It's good to hear that Ul'dah has not abandoned the Amalja. Abandoned them? Do we not profess to be their friends? Your Grace. Marshal Tepin had made provisions for such an exigency and was ready to depart at the moment's notice. All that was required was the engagement of the syndicate, which of whom voted in favor of intervention. Nor is Ul'dah alone in this resolve. The other alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Pagathon. Yet even with our combined strength, we shall be sorely tested. For we face not only the might of an Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his Dragonic Horde besides. Payamont's children. But as we may, victory is by no means assured, but not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of the Amalja show signs of tampering. Strange, with what armor would turn down a chance to claim new thralls? Unless it is incapable of doing so, Thralls are not wont to serve a master, Ashians or otherwise. It may well be that Lunar Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we have previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could fight him, and the hero and others like her wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. But that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe, whom our soldiers will struggle to best through mere force of arms. With the aid of the science, however, I believe they will fare rather better, assuming that you are ready to take the field. An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray, set forth as soon as you are able. I meanwhile shall continue to coordinate our forces until next we meet. May the 12 blessing keep you. It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Well, I, for one, am inclined to do as her grace requests. Please we forget Arnvold and Fredola are in Pagathon on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better chances. Indeed, to the airship then. Surprised Sini is not there with the dragon already, considering he left before us. Oh, this pilot looks pretty cool, honestly. Greetings, we've been expecting you, but say the word and we shall depart for Pagathon at once. I'm gonna go with the weird party this time.
I stand ever ready.
Our fates are
I
not yet
stand
sealed.
ever ready.
We'll go with this party. See what he got for DPS. There's the worm. That's it, vermin. You shall torment my children no longer. I like how they use the original Moz's music for this. I wonder what she would make of me if she uses Bahamut as a weapon. classified as a sorcerer. Oh, even the dragon's children. Oh. Might as well save my summoning afterwards. Go over here? That's coming. What are supposed to be doing?
Prepare yourself!
You just rolled up. Start Phoenix officers is gonna represent fight. Oh, That is impressive. That is actually pretty cool. It's a bird with the body of a coral. That's the average dragon, it looks like, isn't it? Holy cow.
Allow me.
Early on, good.
Stubborn. Something special for you.
Oh, you uses one of those too. Alright. I can get behind you. Oh, I didn't make it out. Oh, I should have went for that one. Well, no, I should have went for that one.
I shall protect you. Stubborn.
Good thing I got rid of that. Oh, this surgical offer was good. Only gave me Savage Might.
What took you so long? The Amalur are in trouble. Let's split up.
Just jumped over everything.
Prepare yourself.
Anchored? Please. Why are you like slowly backing up? And we was not fighting with Sir Amric the entire time?
Oh, no, you don't.
Jumping in and killing things? I will not use decline for that help. Oh, there it is.
Together, we shall overcome this.
Oh, they made an entire base over here. Oh, get over there, get over there, get over there. almost messed that up. I'm not gonna lie, when they did say they have powerful clean. That was one mighty explosion. Oh, that's where we came from, okay. Top. I do like the turn we've made. I was thinking about it just now. For the fact that when the other dungeons, the strongest heroes, summoning Eve Mages was pretty cool. I did like the Warrior of Light fight scene. Our own dragon. What's this one? They have a good homeland. Like, I didn't expect a field of grass to be randomly out in the desert. looks like it does have Bahamut's moves. For some reason he wasn't getting it. Oh, I should have stayed fighting for a little bit after like I had energy cycle up. Oh well. Oh, now we gotta fight him? I was doing so well in the air. Without wasn't it, man? How dare you use my own move again? Repeatedly.
Allow me.
Oh. Use a flare. You just going up to the tier list of flares at this point. to wipe anyone that has a vulnerability attack. Oh, there's nowhere to run.
Stubborn.
That was so much better. Oh, I got the actual music sheet for this. Children of men, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall be forever in your death. By your deeds are we set free, and free we shall remain as long as I draw breath. Never again shall the dragon of Mercedia hearken to the lies of the Ashians. This I vow.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well. Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause. Till we meet again.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free! No! What have I done?
It's too late for them! We're leaving, now!
No! No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
He would take a blow from Ifrit. Ah, I see the purpose of the towers now, though. Is to make a shade of the primals, the gods they believe in, without the effect of them. Well, it would be too much to hope that we have seen the last of Fandaniel. We have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will when we have received word of our Veil's safe return. Return, yes. Safe, no. Sitting right here worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss the day's events with Pippin and Her Grace. Brief silence. Would that I could treat you two a hero's welcome, but I've brought urgent news from the Rome Testery. Your Grace, whatever is the matter. As our troops withdrew from Paglathan, they came upon two scouts sent to the nearby tower. I have yet to hear a full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend, I believe, had been wounded and was being dragged away by the other. Oh no. I must go. Forgive me, Your Grace. Can you tell us aught of Arnvel's condition, Your Grace? The wounded scout. Not safe that it is grave. The Shurigans tend to him even as we speak. The infirmary must be intended with the knotted with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get underfoot. Hero, if Stini, would you mind go after Alphinaud? He may need some support from someone other than me. Very well. Thank you. The rest of us will see that the relevant people know what took place in Palthigan. Come now. Come on, then. It's weird that it's near the Alchemist Guild. That's a long way to carry someone. Well, not really if you're going from the airstrip landing. Still, I would say that's a long way to carry someone. It's not readily accessible to most people. They have decorations all over the place. Another one came to see the lad in silver armor. Master Demi Elliot is attending to him as we speak. If you would be so kind as to wait. What did Master Demi Elliot say? Tell me his exact words. But you're right, forgive me. When we said our farewells to Arnvel, I was afraid that something like this might happen, but now that it has, all we could do is wait.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the Warrior of Bloody Light. People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
All life is precious! You need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better, and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
I know there is nothing more I can do here. Come, let us rejoin the others. Her Grace invites the Scions of Sephiroth to join her in the Fragrant Chamber. Your comrades have already arrived. Will the three of you be joining them? We will.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fan Daniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
it all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities. For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak. Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause. It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
Right then, unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we return to the Rising Stones. And that includes you, Alphanel. Arnveld is in good hands here. Of course, he would doubtless mock me for pacing about in the infirmary. Let us retire then, that we might regain our strength and readiness for the coming challenges. If all are in agreement, then I shall let Crow know to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging with the time available. It will be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. Yes, I'll try to ask you, Count, and thank you. I shall look forward to it. Our comrades eagerly await our return, and Krell in particular has a few matters she is keen to discuss, one of which concerns you, Estinian. Believe it or not, you will join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you said you were avoiding the Delcian woman. If I refused, she would only pursue me. Let's get this over with, shall we?
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time. Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldesion will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
I think it was the end of Dragonsong War. I don't think the Here Speak...
When you regained her blessing, was it not? But never since. Not in all your time in the First. when you faced the Unsundered, the very heart of Zodiark.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in her judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Krile, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Ala Mhigo. You inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan. And do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
Lances, spears, axes. Swords.
Well, does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord! We have only to wait for them to quicken! Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting. Though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
I read all of that while I was mute. Okay. Let my idiocy be example for everyone else. Make sure your mic is not mute when you talk. But you avoided hearing me butcher Almeida. So it's a win-lose situation. I avoided looking stupid, you avoided hearing something stupid, and... Are they too big for the chairs?
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would! Ah! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay. Freed our people must be!
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
He's a pirate through and through.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Y'shtola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome. I beg your pardon?
What is it, Sir Walker? Do not express your passion thus. A little tricky will have gills, perhaps. Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We Sahagin will play our part.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future, as allies united in purpose.
May make mock of the Ixal, the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets, pits brother against brother! Free them from his grasp, we shall!
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise me!
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the Scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
Don't put that burden on me.
Might I suggest the Grand Company of Eorzea? I remember a certain someone pondering it once upon a time, and it seems as fitting a name as any.
Would you stop doing that?
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
Well, now that we are out of earshot of the other delegates, I hope you will forgive me if I speak my mind. Let me begin by saying that I have dreamed of this day since the moment I first set foot upon these shores, that I was heartened as anyone to see the people of Eorzea pledge their solidarity. Yet, even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think about was the conflict to come, of the sacrifices that would be made, in the lives lost, and inevitably that I still struggle to accept. But at least now there is hope. The formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step, the first of many and more. Elder Cease here. How might we be of service? I seek Master Alphinaud's assistance in the matter of involving Gridania's neighbor, the Sylphs. I know that you and yours have long kept a wither eye upon the crystal trade, and be better to predict the coming of primals, so you will be familiar with the Sylphs of the Ash Crown Consortium. Though their dealings they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. Communities such as the Beast Tribes. Just so, it is our hope that we may make use of the Sylphs' establishment lines of communications to coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. Yet the remaining certain practical difference between a trade consortium and a grand company, if the Sylphs are to perform their task effectively, they will require the Council of One Verse in the operational aspects of armed force. An armed force founded with the self-same goal in mind, no less. The Crystal Brace, yes. Forgive me, Master Alphinaud. I know that it was a painful chapter of your life, but the experience may yet be made to serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Brace, which stretched far beyond the Order's intentional conception, one intended to pave the way for the founding of what I tended to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. But my plans all came to naught. Built upon a frail foundation of lofty ideals, the Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests, and I have no wish to see this new endeavor suffer the same fate. Mayhap I ask too much of you. Not at all. You may count upon my assistance for what little it is worth, but by your leave, I shall prepare a report including the list of recommendations drawing on the lessons I've learned from the failures of the Crystal Brace. You have my gratitude, Master Alphinaud, and my trust. When your report is ready, pray share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance and the earnest efforts of every goodly soul gathered here to this day, I no doubt that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadow of the Typhoni and flourish. Until next we meet, my friends. We're seeing everyone's different salutes. Before commenting anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I should like to hear. Former Braves, you understand, might you join me in seeking them out? I legitimately can't think of an excuse not to. Well, I shall be grateful for your help, grudging or not. I'll join you. If your planning to canvass the opinions of your former comrades, it would be a lot quicker if we share the task of questioning them. Then mayhap Grahair can lend a hand as well. I shall accompany Banquet back to Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say we should be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day's events. We should be glad of your company, Grahir. I shall explain the details on the way. So what the plan bothers me. Before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I proposed is largely written. Not long after the fateful day in Nodal, I penned a detailed account of the organization history from the events that led to its inception to the failings that brought about its demise. This I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine that it might later be referred to by those seeking to form a similar organization. And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone. Its events viewed from my singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be broadened to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer what seems to me to be the crucial question, namely why, after the Crystal Braves disbanded, did some members chose to remain with us while others did not? I see. You think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new grand company together, and what this knowledge might help us to prevent it from falling apart when the bonds are inevitably tested. That is my hope, yes, but the question I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As the former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandoned the cause would come and welcome my inquiries. Then Graha and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to the ones who kept the faith. Fine suggestion. Have care. However, certain in my former comrades are the questionable character, so keep your wits about you and let us reconvene in Gridania later. That's a lot of people here. If you have no objections, I have mine to begin by speaking to Raoul and Elaine, and if memory serves, the two of them will be attending an intelligence briefing in Fisher Mornings. Let us seek them out there. I knew it was one of the places. That sage has been following us everywhere we've been. Well, look who it is, and what brings you two here. Wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? In a manner of speaking, I have been assigned to a task, you see, for which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. So you want to know why we decided to stick with the Scions, eh? Ain't an easy thing to put into words, that. As Royal will attest, I spent a long time agonizing over my failures to alert you to the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I do not think back to those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I hope to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause as long as I am able. But that wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Berries. And in spite of everything that happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away, but when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but try to repay it? Nothing, that's what. As for me own tale, well, I've always felt the Scions have something in common with Miyoku. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. That was our creed, and I still strive to live by it to this day. But as time goes on, I learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes. From Hori Boulder to Mr. Taru, we've all of us got something to offer. Ain't not one of us is doing it for personal gain, because we believe there's more important things than that, things worth protecting, which is what being a Scion is all about. I am lost for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me, could you? Well, its founding ideals were something to be proud of, but the ideas alone didn't make a crew. For every Swall who was signed up with good intentions, there was another who was only in it for the coin, the glory, or both. Ours was quite a desperate band, and while I will never forgive Ilbert, the fact that he managed to function at all was thanks to, in large part, of his efforts. Just a pity he was doing it for all the wrong reasons, eh? Only takes one bad apple, they say, and the Rays had a barrel full of them. Not like the Scions. We might look like a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down we all got that shared sense of purpose in OI. Because Tataru sifted out all the glory hunters before they made it through the door. I see. So while our ranks comprise of a diverse range of people, which with their own individual strengths, they were all united in a purpose. Thank you, my friend. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer it to when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again. Well, I think that we have taken up enough of our colleagues' time, and I am conscious that less life-affirming testimonies awaits. Let us make our way to Gridania and hear what the others have learned. It's weird that I lost my spout, but some people have kept theirs. Thanks to Tataru's ever-dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former Rays without any great difficulty. Some were right, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you, Afino, some of their comments were harsh. I can well imagine it, but their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you. I will set up about adding your foundings to my own at once. In the meantime, pray go on ahead to Little Soleil's and seek the Elder Fricio. I will join you anon. Welcome, brave one and friends, brave one. Oh, good. It is to see walking ones again so soon after the meeting. No, be at ease. It is true that these ones once delighted in making walking ones dance, but no more. Orange Wine Ken Yisan said that walking ones would be coming to Little Soleil's. Imperial ones also invaded Sith lands and abducted many of these ones. So these ones will be glad to bear a message between fighting friendly ones. That is heartening to hear, Elder. It will require all ones to work in unison to stop the Taphonen. These ones will try very hard, of course, but in a matter of wars, these ones have little experience. Any advice walking one can provide would be most welcome. Oh, another pretty silver-haired one, and in quite a hurry, it seems. I would say, you must come quick. Whatever's the matter, Afternoon, don't tell me you can read in my handwriting. What? No, a Twin Adder officer accosted me as I was about to set out. Charlene has sent an envoy who is due to arrive in Gridania at any moment. An envoy? Could it be that Krill has managed to sway the Forum? We shall know soon enough, but there is more. The envoy has requested that the two of us attend the audience with the LCs here. Really, I can see why they might want science to be present, but us specifically? Wait, it isn't who I think it is. It is. I could scarce believe it myself, but when I inquired as to the envoy's identity, I was told that it was one Florentine Levier. Gosh, your father has a weird name. Your father, well, now, the fact that a serving member of the Forum had journeyed here would be surprise enough, but him? Quite. I glean from this that they are taking the matter seriously. That may be, but why him? Not one of the other 98 Forum members, unless he volunteered for it. It has been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he is concerned for your well-being? Perhaps, but he has always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed, and whenever we write to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose here. Elder, loath though I am to cut our visit short, we must return to Gridania. Pray accept my apologies along with my reward. Never mind, there will be time to talk later. This one will keep walking ones from more urgent matters. Go. The audience will be held at the Lotus Stand, where the Elder Seer awaits even now. Let us be on our way. She is on my tail. There's a dungeon nearby. I might as well queue up for it. My friend, thank you all for coming so swiftly. Word of Master Forchumboot's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Trail permission to request Charlene's aid, we did not anticipate so prompt reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What nature of the reply may be, we shall soon discover.
Elder Seedseer, I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortuno Leveilleur, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuno, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisoix, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the Primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life, who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald, one in which Sharlayan will take no part.
If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves, but if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphinaud is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear. I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike her, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphinaud, Alisaie, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
What? Father!
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Master Fourcheneau, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Father! Wait!
Don't bother, Alisaie!
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
Just to have their name stripped from them, that's the only reason they came? Why were you quiet? In order to avoid conflict with Garlemald, the Forum went so far as to order the abandonment of an entire city-state. Their refusal to aid us now is, I am sorry to say, entirely consistent with their historic position. So that's what he came here to say. That we're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Teferi, and as for the rest, like it or not, this was the Forum decision to watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Father was but the messenger, and as he handed down their judgment, I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't. To have prolonged the discussion would have changed little, for it was not only Master I can't still pronounce his name, who Master must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. The decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it likely to be changed, and so we shall face the Telfori without their aid. Forgive me, but they had no intentions of helping us. Then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not simply keep their consul as they are wont to do? Has Master Forgier arrived yet? Then it is as I feared. My efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case to as many Forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say that they ignore every word I said on the subject. Without exception, it was almost unnerving. Could it be that they are hiding something from us? That might go some way to explain Master I don't know. I still can't pronounce his name. Performance. When he said that they would now in the final days were truly upon us, when he said that they would know as the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as pride. But what if they genuinely believe that they know how the world will end and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? That I don't know, but something tells me they are not as unconcerned about the Telfori as they claim. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I would very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I have exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other missions. Researcher Kydeland and Ethereal Sea, I tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears the Forum have forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Restricted at every turn. So it would seem, but don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you to join me here. Then, when the time is right, of course, I am aware that matter of Eorzea stand on a knife edge, but with your permission, I can at least start making the necessary arrangements. Excellently. Obviously, keeping the Telfori at bay must take precedence, but with luck, you'll be able to make the journey to Sharlayan ere long. I may take a while to secure entry for you, but I'll let you know when everything is in order. Look after yourselves in the meantime, won't you? Your speculation gave me cause to hope, yet if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it is possible that Sharlayans hide some secret truth from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt in them a change of heart. And so, for the present, we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused our request for aid, and it falls to us to alone contend with the Teferi. With all of the Eorzeans standing united, there is no guarantee that we will prevail. What does Sharlayan intend to do if we fail? While Sharlayan's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenges before us. There is much and more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the Forum's response to my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions. Grave tidings, that welcome one's grave tidings. Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? These ones who went to see Feathered Ones have sent terrible news. Destroying Ones have appeared in Zelfodal. Destroying Ones have captured Ones and even frightful godly Ones. Feathered Ones do not stand a chance. We're sent flapping and flopping. When did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late, yes, much too late. But luckily, Destroying Ones were only passing through and continued west. Feathered Ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West, that would be Coathus. My lady, the Ashgardians report that the Teferi has emerged from the eastern highlands of Coathus and are marching at speed. Though their purpose have yet to be determined, the Cartano Flats would seem their most likely destination. Lord Emmerich has already dispatched his forces and requested immediate support. Tell him we shall have it. The time is come for the Grand Company of Eorze to prove his worth. What I have is a mercy that we do not have time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let us make praise to Carthano. Well, wait, this one almost forgot. Destroying Ones were said to be led by cackling robed one. This one must see that all walking ones know farewell. Daniel? Who else? It was only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Carthano. Pray, see to your preparations and report to the landing with haste. At once, my lady, let us weigh. I like how they said prevention of anything, but they haven't done anything to prevent anything. Not much knowledge if you say, hey, we come here to prevent the destruction of such and such. And then don't do anything to prevent the destruction of such and such. It would seem that Fedora has come all the way to Gridania to find us. I have explained the situation, but she insists her business is urgent. It will be over sooner if you shut up and come with me. Good gosh, explaining is a nice way to do things, Fedora.
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The Chirurgeons say I may never walk again. Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them. I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero. Do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphinaud and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
You can tell me later what that was all about, but judging by the set of Alphinaud's jaw, I appear to have done him some good. Tancred and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to the communication officer, Almaja and Cabal forces have also abound there for Continental executions. They mean to keep the promise they made to Almega, and we must do the same by saving as many of the Temperkin as possible. Anyway, the airship is ready to depart. Should we get going?
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Sharlayan, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphinaud?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
God be good, Alphinaud. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the Tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
I am glad I did not have to read that. I am generally. Listen well, friends. The Teferi are sweeping across Skarth now. As for the Ascians, we have briefly sighted above the battlefield, but it has since. Thus far, his movements of lunar power have proven difficult to predict. With even poison ambushes troops, they instead withdraw for some unknown reason. Whatever Teferi's plan may be, the primals are our primary target. Understood. They will not elude the Scions for long.
Prepare yourself!
Let's give it our all!
He's doing well to fight by himself. As the Scions spread across the field, Alizé and Gaia take the fight. I guess I'm Alizé right now. Which I do not play enough Red Mage. Doing Union at the same doing capacity first. So fire is just for a win. For stone is just for a flare. Oh, there was another button.
Allow me. just the beginning.
Right behind you.
Iron Bones rested. Her walk is weird. I love this. Do you see that? The glyph, yes. How worried should we be? Listen well and judge for yourself. Though I can't see ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow through the heart of Carcinel. But now that I'm here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an etheric confluence, like to the pillar of the Azim Step, but greater in scale, far greater. The glyph that Ferdaniel has conjured reached into its very midst, and I believe I know the purpose. Should the lunar primal destroy them, it should spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. The result disruption of flow of ether should sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm. That he would go so far cometh as little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all costs. Luna Odin? This big as this. How do you even get Odin? I haven't played Astro Ocean either. can I keep this up? A good minute, I guess. I have no idea what 12 combo does. Middle. Get winners. At least all of them got destroyed this time. Well, Garcia and Alize prepared to use the Huck source of Lunar Ravana. I like Ravana's theme song. What Ravana? Foul combo? Oh, why did I become the tank? So the brakes are for the butterflies. Good to know. I wish I had triple cash. I can't use it. Alizé is about to die. Oh, I don't have enough mana for it. Oh, why haven't you done that before, Alizé? I knew keeping you alive was a good idea. Especially since you're not using Cure. I like regular Ravana much better. At that same moment, stand each other, Afino and Insignia resolved to Lunar Ifrit now. Back in my own body. He shouldn't be too bad. Compared to Lunar Odin, I think Lunar Odin would have been the worst. Again, why am I playing? Ifrit. Middle. Alphino, you better be able to kill that by yourself. Oh, thank you, Cindy. Oh no, my Phoenix. Confluence would not last much longer. Middle. Oh, there's a ton of nails. What? I'm not complaining that you can do that. I am not complaining that you can do that.
Will not be outdone.
He doesn't tend to kill us with that one move. Oh God. Trying to kill us with flames like that is not good. I feel like Daniel's gonna come to me somehow.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Zenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
Garlemald.
How fare the Tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Do not hang your head so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
Should have been quicker, but I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right? It really must count for something.
Look at that, the end of Shadowbringers. Sorry, Emmerich. I trust you all enjoy a comfortable flight aboard the Pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. You have thought of everything, Lord Emmerich, and may I say how much I appreciated the hospitality you afforded us on our way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction, and it afforded me to the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since last he took his leave. It would seem you have finally found a place to settle down. I merely grew weary of wandering the Far East. Returning to more serious matters, well, the Tafori have been driven from Gatanel. 'Tis like that the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of Eorzea, first joint military operation, however, I am confident that we have the potential to meet such threats head on, even without the aid of you or yours. As such, while our foes keep the Tafori at bay, I would ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. A sensible diversion of labor. While the towers remain, so too will the threat of the lunar primals. And given our expertise in the field of etherology, we are better qualified to find a solution. That we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's domain. There is a time and a place for formal investigation, of course, but certain secrets won't be too high where only enterprising individuals may venture. I cannot agree more. There are none better suited to the task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have need of your assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. I confess I had hoped to be able to study the tower more closely, vital as they plain are to the Tafori's plan. If we can discern the ultimate function, we can be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain that the Tafori will mount on an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who waits at the heart of the chaos will come for us, for you. Yet, in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Yes, alright, Alphinaud. We need to plan, not potence, as thinkers say, eloquently pointed out. We are in a position to seek information from all manners of places, not less. Sharlayan. According to Krell, the Forum has been more secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the appearance of the Tafori, that remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear, the Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Fournlay of performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation, I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for the answers we seek. The matter of the tower, Sharlayan hath ever been the wellspring of etherological knowledge. I care not where we go, here or there, my lance will be ready. And what of you? Might you be slated to join us? Here, it is time we lay bare the Tafori's dark design. It appears we are in agreement. We have but to wait for Krell to secure the necessary permissions, and meantime, there is a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? By strange coincidence, it does. At present, I have only a creeping suspicion, but with your help, I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted. Meanwhile, in Garlemald. Oh, that's in Garlean capital. It's not even Garlemald anymore.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch, though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Carteneau came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach. The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
the towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Hear me. Darkness comes, and with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
Everything all right back there?
Alright, this should be the end of Shadowbringers. I actually gonna go prolong this about like 30 minutes to get to Endwalkers. I said Endwalkers first. End of Shadowbringers, going into Endwalkers. And after I get to where I'm supposed to get to and have the whole cutscene play out, I equip the next class I'm doing, and then that'll be it. You have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite together to assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis had begun with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Tafori. The Tafori's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith prevented for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessings of light seem able to resist being tempered at least. But after what happened to Arnveld and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet, while these threats close to home are a paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Tafori are under the leadership of Daniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenosier Galvis, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. Today, he reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Vowers, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting of the War of Secession, but that has since changed in troubling ways. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas the eerie fog of silence which did blanket the ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by Teferi. An enemy of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear that it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. Sure of it. Master Fortunate's comment regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The forms know more than it's letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Master Krell. She says the arrangements for your visit has been finalized. You're to head to Limsa Limissa and board the next ship bound to Sharlayan. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of students at Atlassian. Come to assist with the Order's restoration. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must raise at the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see it, of course. We should set off at once. And I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Everyone here, which is good, because I have already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Sharlayan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and I have all your luggage close at hand.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louisoix of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Sharlayan, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphinaud.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends. Well, that's hardly comforting.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye. We, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We set the sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey! And please, please, be careful.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And
there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Sharlayan should be coming into view at any moment.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal. After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Hydaelyn has always been, a primal. Zodiark was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft gift of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff, though.
And a good morning to you, too. Taken a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go! Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets.
Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Ala Mhigan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next, then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldesion, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldesion at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Y'shtola rule.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alisaie Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation? Indeed. Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of procurement and production. You may enter. And you, sir?
Estinian Varlino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
If you'll allow me... My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldesion, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle! It is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Here we are in Sharlayan. I was talking without my mic being unmuted again, as always. It's a bit laggy. I've expected that. My my free company has been talking about how laggy it is when you get here. But that we here before I turn in the quest, so I can get the XP on the class. This is the replacement class. It is sage at hand. And I've extensively gone through this class. Like, doing this is a ton of work, leveling it up, and actually learning how to do it, since it's not like worked on any prior before. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. But here, we shall end. Wait, can I jump in this? No, I cannot. And we should try our new emote out. Till next time.